Taking fire! Recharging my shields.
One sec, healing up.
Help draw me in me.
I need shields.
No bamboozle.
Thanks, beautiful. Recharging shields.
Start shots fired and they're hitting me. Recharging shields.
I cracked an enemy shield. They're shooting at me. Reloading. Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Fired. They're hitting me. Enemy shield cracked. Reloading.
Recharging my shields. I'm spotted, taking fire.
Got one spotted.
Ready to go. Join me, fellow fighter. Fight strong.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
Legends.
I'm ready. You ready? Let's do this.
Let's go this way.
Round one. Your goal is simple. Win.
Marking our surroundings.
Go bamboozle. Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
Package inbound.
Taking a moment to I have fallen. I am taking fire, friends.
Got bamboozled. Broken enemy shield. Frag out. Bam. Me. Broken enemy. Got one here.
This way. Let's go. Contact.
Repairing my...
Prepare well if you wish to survive. Round two.
Grappling.
Do not falter.
Let's go this way. Hostile right here.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
I am taking your damage. I have been down.
Give me sight.
Recharging shields.
Reloading.
Mirage here to save the day.
I am falling.
This once more. And then.
They're about to win? It's not my fault. Wait, it's not my fault, is it?
Round three.
I see something good this time.
Let's check it over there.
Hostile close. Might be something good this way. Target spotted. Hostile over there. Enemy over there. Target over there.
Care package inbound. Strategize.
Receiving damage. Incoming care package. Recharging shields. The enemies are shooting at me.
Scanning the area. I am taking fire.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. I am falling. I need them. Okay.
Enemy
this
taken
way.
down. Taken out.
Double kill. They were outmatched. The enemy nears victory. Do not give in to fear.
We are close to victory. All Father, bless us.
Round 4. The result is not
Something
yet
good there.
Using grapple. Contact with target.
Scan the area.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading. Shot fired and they're hitting me.
Care package inbound.
Using the decoy escape.
Enemies are shooting at me. Cracked an enemy shield. Enemy taken down.
Recharging shields.
Recharging shields.
Let's go.
I am taking fire, friends. Cracked.
Decoy.
Contact.
Broken enemy shield. Oh, look at you. Recharging shield. Spam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy. They're hitting me. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Double kill. The unworthy fall. Tiebreaker. Now the worthy will emerge. Round 5.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Grappling.
Scanning the area.
Care package arriving.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
I am taking fire. I cannot transport his shield. Reloading. Down the house. Target spotted.
The enemies are shooting at me. Enemy taken down. Reloading. I am down. Hostile. Contact with hostile.
Contact.
Making contact. Enemy being
The enemy
revived
is
here.
arriving.
Frag
Making
out.
contact with enemy.
Here.
Contact with
Hostile.
Shot fired and they're hitting me. Enemy shield cracked.
Well done. Victory is within reach. Take it.
We're about to win. Go us.
area.
Package inbound.
I am taking fire, friends. Incoming care package. I love loot.
I am taking fire. Broken enemy shield. Down the hostile at Scotty. Grenade. Reloading. Recharging my shields. I am down, but alive. Hostile right here. Going to check out right here. Making contact with enemy. Hostile close. Hostile right here.
Out there, bamboozled. And they're hitting me.
Repairing.
I'm down. Making contact here. Let's go here. Target's right. Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Tiebreaker. It all ends now.
I need shields.
Round 7.
Let's explore.
Might be something good this way.
Copy that. Thermite grenade sent.
I am taking fire, friends.
Care package.
Incoming care package.
Recharging my shields.
Using grapple.
Bless me with sight.
Taking damage, friends. Using my Phoenix kit. I am taking fire, friends.
I'm taking fire. I am making contact.
Reloading. Decoy.
Making contact with target.
Giving my shields a recharge. I am repairing myself.
Decoy escape deployed. Just relax. I got everything under control. Shots fired and they're hitting me. She got me. I'm down. I got a bad guy.
Hostile close. Contact.
Enemies are shooting at me.
The enemy nears victory. Do not give in to fear.
They're about to win, but we're about to not let them win. So there.
shields to recharge.
It may
Care
hold
package on high.
victory.
Shots fired at me. Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
I am repairing.
Getting shot at. Reloading. Sending out another mean. I'm down. There's one right here.
This way, let's go. Right here. Contact with target. Enemy. Contact with hostile. Hostile rescue.
All right, so I did my hair for this. There's nothing wrong with looking good in the ring, and I look good.
Excellent. Time to destroy more opponents.
As one, we will be gifted with victory.
You've all been marked for death.
Victory awaits if you are strong enough to claim it.
All right, everyone stretch. Let's go.
Leaving behind my signature to say hi to my enemies.
Round one. Your goal is simple. Win.
I am taking fire. Uh-oh, I can't use my abilities.
Give him my shields a recharge. Get to bamboozling.
Marking our surroundings. Broken enemy shield. I got hostile.
cold. Look at you.
You all still stand. The mark of a superior squad. Prepare well if you wish to survive.
Leaving my signature behind so everyone knows I'm really cool.
Survival of the fittest.
Round 2.
Using
I
grapple.
hope you have discerned their weaknesses.
I got some materials for us. Yay! I am taking fire, friends.
Bless me with sight. Shots fired at me.
Recharging shields.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Recharging shield.
Cracked an enemy shield. Enemies are shooting at me. I have been downed.
Sending out another me.
I'm taking fire. I cracked an unscottish shield. Reloading. I have fallen.
Enemy shield. Reloading. Reload. Down an enemy. Sending out my decoy. And they're hitting me. Reloading. Just relax. I got everything under control.
Enemy reviving here.
Recharging my shields.
Give him my shields a recharge. Reload.
I'm down. But I'm
Extended supply bin here. One of the drawers isn't open. Just relax. I got everything under control. Shield cracked. Reload.
One moment. Gotta use a Phoenix kit.
Reloading. Shot at.
The unworthy fall. You won this round. Your enemies are on their knees. End them.
We're about to win. Great killing, friends. Leaving my signature behind so everyone knows I'm really cool.
this way. Let's go.
Round
I go.
3.
Reloading. I can't use my shield.
One enemy shield.
Broke it.
Been hurt over here. Reloading. Recharging shields.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Broken enemy shield. Shot fired. I cracked an unscottish shield.
Enemy taken. Grappling.
Recharging my shields.
I am taking fire, friends. Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. They look small.
has a boiling point that's somewhere between 100 C and C. Case it's about 83 C. And it does look as if the kettle's just going boiling.
Yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm so ready for
Well,
this.
that does seem to prove me wrong. Or does it? Crucially, when a 40-60 mix of ethanol and water boils, the vapor... This video has been sponsored by Raycon. For as long as I can remember, I've always been a big fan of energy drinks, but maybe surprisingly, it's not even for the caffeine. I just like the... Life's too short to have
Get ready. We're about to do some fun winning.
To be honest, there are so many better things.
Let's go here.
Round one. Achieve victory at all costs.
Got some materials. Let's check. Got an extended supply bin here. Small door still closed.
Care package inbound.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Picked up some material. Let's go here.
Grappling.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Got some materials.
Contact.
Yeah, getting shot at.
Grapple.
Recharging shields.
Hostile right here.
Cracked an enemy
Target
shield.
spotted.
Reload. Enemy taken down.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
A coordinated assault. Perfectly executed. Do not let them catch you unprepared.
Let's take a trip in the phase right here.
Round two. Kill your marks.
Grappling.
Sending out my decoy. Bamboozled.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Broken enemy shield. Frag out. Reloading. Enemy down. I think this should have known that fighting me is professional. Dumb. You got bamboozled.
I am taking fire, friends.
This team stands together. Well done. Your enemies are on their knees. End them.
It's gonna be tight. One more.
Picked up some materials.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Cracked an enemy shield. Downed one.
Let's go here.
Taking fire, brother. Enemy shield cracked.
Prepared and ready. Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger. Just make sure you know why.
You know, this match is gonna be extravagant, that's it.
Begin, legends.
Get ready. Tag it and bag it. This one's ours. There's a phase runner here. Just so they know who they're facing.
Round one.
Materials, check. Hostile right here. Hostile right here.
Sending out my decoy.
Care package in. Going to phase.
Quickly.
Enemy spotted. Never mind. Hostile at my marker. Need to recharge my shields. Pop and smoke. Getting shot at. Contact with target.
Sending out my decoy.
He's lead. A broken enemy shield.
You got bamboozled.
Giving him the chimney.
And they're hitting me.
They jumped. I'm down.
Reloading. Giving my shield to recharge.
I hope you are ready. Don't let them get the jump on you. Round 2. I hope you have discerned their weaknesses.
I'm spotted.
Taking some. Giving my shield to recharge. You got bamboo.
Taking shots. Enemy shield broken.
You got bamboozled.
I've been hostile right here. Making contact. Enemy reviving here.
Flag out.
Care package touching down. Contact target secured. There's platform.
Bam! To the... Bam! I'm ready.
Giving him the chimney. Making
Here
sure.
I am, ready to get Scooby. Let's do some digging on Mr. Hero.
1 second. He's like Phoenix. You've got connections at the lab.
Shots fired. Well, I am pretty popular. It's a mixed experience, really. Enemy shield cracked.
The enemy shield.
Bad. Target's right in front of me.
Contact. Hostile
Got one
right
here.
Tango down. Hostile right here. Hostile close. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
There's one, right here.
Hostile close. Cracked an enemy shield. Contact. Reloading. Hostile close.
Enemy is about to win. Quietly.
They're about to win. There's a face running here.
Round 3. Expose their imperfections.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me. Grenade!
Boy jumping.
Making contact here.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Enemy shield broken. Enemy down.
Sending a decoy. Okay, wait, how do I know that I'm not the thief before? This is dream within a dream stuff.
Reloading. Cracked an enemy shield.
You got bamboozled.
Tango down. We got company, people. Taking fire. Hostile bike. I'm down. Tango near me. Boys, contact.
I think this place needs a little more me.
Enemy spot.
Broken enemy shield. Bam! There goes a boozle. Or
Enemies here.
something like that. some materials for us.
So why'd you decide to stay?
Recharging shield. Making contact here.
There's more here than I realized.
Got one here.
Reloading. Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield. Big down.
Making contact here.
Contact with target. Give me a sec.
Target's right in front of me.
Charging shields.
How about this way? Could use some help?
You'll be all right. I gotcha.
Give him my shield to recharge. 1 sec, healing up.
You'll be all right. I gotcha.
Hostile right here.
Double kill.
Just gotta patch myself up.
We got company, people.
Recharging shields. Just gotta patch myself up. Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
This round is yours. Defeat draws near, but it is not imminent.
They're about to take this. You okay with that? I'm not.
Round 4. Maintain your strength.
Let's check out this area.
Some materials for us?
Care package. It may hold the key to your victory.
Heads up. Care package coming in. Target spotted. Getting shot at. Hostile spotted. Check. Target over there. Target over there. A broken enemy shield. Got company out there. Reloading. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Recharging.
Making contact here.
Contact. On my mark.
Shot. Bad news. Calm down. There's one right here.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Watch it, airstrike. Got a bad guy.
Going to the
Hostile spotted.
Well done, Legend.
This is the southern front line. This is the southern front line in Mykolaiv district, where Ukrainian forces are facing off against the Russians, in some places just 900 meters away. We've come down here with the 28th Brigade of the Ukrainian Army and also a group of international volunteers known as the Dark Angels. They're led by a British former paratrooper. Just a few days before we arrived, the Dark Angels undertook what can only be described as a daredevil mission, sneaking on foot. A four-man team went kilometers into no man's land with a Javelin anti-tank missile, which they fired at a Russian armoured vehicle. We're on our way to the frontline positions on the edge of Posad Pokrovsk. We've just seen an absolute devastation now. We're creeping through the houses to get to where we need to be. So it's just come through these trench lines, through the village, into the trenches, into the frontline position. So the closest Russian positions, we've just been told, are about 900 meters in front of this gun across an open field. On the road beyond here we can see a Russian tank. Now apparently that Russian tank is still in working order, but it was abandoned by its crew, but it's too dangerous for the soldiers here to go out and recover it. They're under constant artillery bombardments. All the houses around them have been destroyed. Hollow roofs, piles of rubble.
А коли гільзи випадають, вони одна одну забивають, коротше, там треба їй поставити таку доску, щоб не стікали.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd in Washington on what is an historic day and a perilous moment in American politics. This is the scene right now. This is the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court as both pro-choice demonstrators and pro-life demonstrators continue to gather after the court's expected but still no less dramatic ruling overturning 50 years of precedent, eliminating the constitutional right to an abortion. We heard the president this afternoon urge demonstrations across the country to remain peaceful. The ruling is one for the history books, and it sets in motion an avalanche of legal, medical, political, and cultural fallout at a time when you have to ask yourself if this country can handle yet another divisive issue. 13 states with trigger laws on the books are going to be banning abortions immediately or within a very short period of time. Oklahoma's Attorney General, for example, announced this afternoon that his state will now prohibit abortions on demand. In the coming weeks, it's expected that roughly half of the states in this country will make the procedure illegal, even in instances of rape or incest. Not in every one of those cases, but in some of them. It's the first time ever that a Supreme Court has granted a widely recognized right and then taken it away. What that means for other court precedents, upholding the right to same-sex marriage, contraception use, and beyond, boy, is that a major question mark. Anything that was tied to the so-called right to privacy. Then there's the political fallout. We're just months away from the midterms. Clearly, that's on the president's mind as he looks to energize his base and avoid losing control of Congress in November. Here was some of his reaction this afternoon.
This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot.
And moments ago, Vice President Harris addressed the ruling while traveling in Chicago, echoing the president's comments and urging supporters to use the ballot box as a tool to combat the court's ruling. The bottom line, actually, though, is the Supreme Court said that abortion rights now have to be decided at the ballot box. They didn't say it that explicitly, but when you do what you did, it now means it is an election issue all the time, not just this one. I'm joined now by my NBC News colleagues for reaction here at the Supreme Court and from states around the country facing new restrictions. Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here to give us the legal breakdown. Julia Ainsley's outside of the Supreme Court. Kathy Park in Jackson, Mississippi, right near the clinic that brought this case. Dasha Burns is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Josh Letterman is at the White House. Pete, let me start with you, and let's break down the rulings here, because you have Alito's ruling, you have the Thomas concurring, and Kavanaugh concurring. You have Roberts' own version of this. And I guess what is operational and what isn't? I know what Alito wrote is operational, but then Kavanaugh wrote something about what this does and how operational is that. So just, I'd like to break down each one of these concurring opinions, not just Alito, but start with Alito.
Okay, remember how this case came to the Supreme Court. It was a challenge based on Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. So the court granted the case limited to one question: can states ban abortion before the age of fetal viability? That was the question before the court, and the court today said the answer to that is yes. That vote was 6-3, with Chief Justice Roberts joining with the other conservatives. On the question of overturning Roe versus Wade, the vote was 5-4. Roberts said we don't need to go that far to answer that question about viability. Now, of course, once you take away the viability benchmark, saying that courts can ban abortion before the age of viability, then you're on a sliding scale that eventually gets rid of Roe v. Wade anyway. But he said the court went too fast in overturning Roe now. So those are the two holdings. The Mississippi law is upheld. Roe and all the follow-on cases over 50 years sustaining the abortion right are now overturned. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a concurring opinion. Now, normally speaking, a concurrence would be just his own opinion. But because the Roe case is 5-4, if he had peeled away, that would only be 4, it wouldn't be a majority. So what he says in his concurrence is controlling. He says, in his view, a state cannot ban someone in a state where abortion becomes illegal, can't ban that person or make it a crime for them to go to a state where abortion is legal in order to get the procedure. So that is also a holding of the Supreme Court.
Ew. Ah! The duck got that.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Get out!
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Get out!
He sees it. He sees it. Look at him. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Did you get that on video?
Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Get out!
He sees it. He sees it. Look at him. Oh, my God.
Oh my God, did you get that on video? Get out!
He sees it. He sees it. Look at him. Oh, my God.
Oh my God, did you get that on video?
Yeah.
Alrighty, here we go. 1, and 2, 3. Jesus Christ Almighty! Snakes! Jesus Christ!
I think we got a garfish, dude. Be careful, Evan. Oh my God! That's a big gator, buddy. That is a big gator.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Gotta be careful here. Well, that puts an end to my tarpon fishing. Get back.
Now, when you're playing with lions, it's important to never show fear.
Come on, keep kicking him.
Oh, I'm so glad I was recording that.
Come on, keep kicking him.
Oh, I'm so glad I was recording that.
Got like a big stick or something. Big stick. It's heavy, whatever it is. That is not a stick. Oh my God, that's not a stick at all. Holy sh**. Holy sh**. Oh my Lord, holy moly.
Well, that changes things.
Hey. 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 Hey.
There's an octopus eating a crab! Holy
I'm not gonna bug you. I'm going away. I promise I'm not gonna bug you. I'm not gonna bug you. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm not gonna bug you. I promise. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm going away. I'm not gonna bug you. I'm going away.
He could break right through that glass. Leave it alone.
I have a gun.
I'm walking backwards on the trail back to the camp. I'm walking down the trail and Mom and 2 cubs. So I am continually to walk backwards. And Mom and the cubs keep following me and are walking at least as fast as I am.
Clever. No, zjadł mewę. Tam leży, widzisz?
Nó còn bám miệng rồi đấy nhá. Ôi.
Cho thì xin anh đi.
Hả?
You! Oh, oh. Ah! No! Get the away! Go away! Go away! No! No! You, dude! Holy... Yeah, get the away from me. Face.
Neil.
Animals that can tell a Monet from a Picasso. Animals that can deliver the finest drugs to your doorstep. Or animals that can save up ammunition to shoot you down when you least expect it. They all exist, and today you'll see why. Number 10. Ants. Okay, so first of all we should say that measuring intelligence is hard enough in humans, never mind in animals. There is no scale available that could tell us accurately just how smart a certain animal species is. Nonetheless, scientists have observed animals enough to know how good some are at problem solving, how they use tools, and how self-aware they are. So with that in mind, let's just look at animals that regularly pull off things that seem human-like in their cleverness. So let's first talk about ants. These little critters are sometimes called the world's smartest insect, although other folks might say, hold on there, what about bees? It's true, bees are also smart. But we love ants so much, we're going to talk about them. The average human might have in the region of 90 billion brain cells. Conversely, the ant might only have about 250,000, which isn't much. But in terms of brain mass, ants actually do have quite large brains. It's not the size, though, as the saying goes. It's what you do with it that matters, and ants do a lot of cool stuff. Just imagine being the size of an ant and trying to get around. Without the ant version of Google Maps, they seem to always know exactly where they're going, despite not really knowing the territory around them. That's because they use a bunch of navigational cues. For instance, they look at the panorama around them. They look at the position of the sun, how light is forming around them. They think about contours, smells, wind, what the ground feels like beneath them, and they even count their steps. So, They take in all that information and then they figure out the best way to get to a certain place. But what if you're a sadistic kid, and we know some of you have been one, and you just picked up an ant and took it to another place that it's never been, say 100 meters from its buddies? It's a long way for an ant. For sure, if it could speak, it would call you not a very nice name, but it could still probably get back home. Scientists in Australia did such an experiment, and they found out that the lost ant conducted what the scientists called a systematic search. The researchers wrote, the search pattern consisted of loops and was centered on the position where the nest was most likely to be located. At first, it covered a rather small area, but then it gradually extended outwards to cover a larger area. Ants are more than just good navigators, though. They're also quite good at discriminating who's healthy and who's sick. Researchers at the Institute of Science and Technology, Austria, and the University of Lausanne found that when some ants get sick, the colony gets down with a bit of social distancing. Basically, when the foragers go out and collect food, they risk picking up a disease, such as a fungal disease. The last thing a colony needs is everyone to get sick, so they somehow detect which ants have the disease and reduce their interactions with the other ants. But the really special thing about ants is how they work together, with scientists calling the whole group one big superorganism. They use pheromones to communicate via smell. So if during the day a predator is threatening the colony, ants can tell each other by passing messages down a very long line. And they might say something like, "Hey John, it's kicking off in the mound, let's go help." John might be a forager, not a fighter, but ants often change roles when needed. This teamwork makes them a force to be reckoned with. As one scientist said, an individual ant is not very bright, but ants in a colony, operating as a collective, do remarkable things. With communication including making noises and body movements, they can also solve pretty tricky problems. In one experiment, researchers took a bunch of ants out of their natural environment and put them in place where the researchers had also put a bunch of honey, twigs, pine needles, grains of soil, and also some non-natural things, such as bits of paper and sponge. The ants did a bit of communicating, and soon they started using the soil to soak up the honey so they could move it. They also started tearing off bits of sponge, just big enough to carry, and they dipped them in the honey, ready for transportation. Some ants tested doing that with both the paper and the sponge to see which was the best, and they figured this all out pretty fast. And we're sure if the ants needed to take any of that stuff across a big drop, they'd have made a bridge out of it themselves. Next, we have an animal that might just be down for eating our super smart ants, but it's pretty clever itself. Number 9. Pigeons. If we asked 100 of our viewers what their favorite animal was, we doubt anyone would choose those poop-bombing pigeons who vandalize our balconies every day of the week. They might not be the smartest bird, we'll get to them soon, but pigeons are a lot more intelligent than you think. We can't talk about pigeon brains without mentioning war, especially the First and Second World Wars, when pigeons helped to save many, many lives. It wasn't the first time pigeons were used to carry messages during wartime. Even the great Julius Caesar used them to send home messages when he was fighting in Gaul. But in world wars, they were extremely important. The U.S. Army Signal Corps, for example, had 600 pigeons in World War I and World War II. The British forces had a whopping 250,000 pigeons. So, what's so special about them? The answer is, they can travel long distances as far as 1,000 miles and sometimes reach an average top speed of around 100 miles per hour. And they can come back to the spot where they left. Attach a little note to them and these guys are a handy device in war. In the World Wars, they flew so high it was hard to shoot them down. And they got their messages where they were needed in quick time. As for how they do it, this is debated, but it's thought they have an internal compass, and with that they know where to go by looking at the position of the sun or looking at landmarks, the stars at night, or perhaps by feeling out the force of the Earth's magnetic field. The latter is called magnetoreception. As we said, this is still being debated. They might even use low-frequency signals to get where they're going. What's not up for debate is how good pigeons are at it, with them recently being used by gangs to deliver drugs to certain places, including inside prisons, where they might also occasionally deliver a small cell phone. Here's a newspaper headline from 2017. Police shoot carrier pigeon dead as it flies drugs into jail in a backpack. That was in Argentina, but we found similar stories from many other countries. Try asking a sparrow or an owl to do that and your heroin will end up in a tree someplace. But delivering war messages and the odd bit of prison spice isn't their only talent. One of the most famous pigeon studies involved two renowned painters, Pablo Picasso and Claude Monet. What's important to know is that these artists had very different styles. Monet was an impressionist, and we're sure you've all seen his paintings of water lilies. Picasso was known for the Cubist movement, with his often jagged paintings looking a bit scary, such as his famous Guernica. During the experiments, the pigeon had to peck a device, but they only got food when they pecked the device when a Picasso painting was shown to them. If they tried pecking when a Monet painting was shown, nothing came out of the device. They then learned which paintings paid out. In a short amount of time, they didn't even bother pecking when a Monet painting was above the device. But what's crazy is that they soon started pecking when they were shown Picasso paintings they'd never seen. and wouldn't peck when they were shown Monet paintings that they'd never seen. Later, the researchers used other Cubist and Impressionist artists, and the pigeons showed that they could differentiate between those two. Pigeons are very bright, as was proven in 2011 when some scientists at the University of Otago in Dunedin, New Zealand, showed through a series of tests that pigeons could count from 1 to 9. In 2016, a study using food rewards showed that pigeons were able to learn between 26 and 58 words with real meanings, and were able to pick them out among 7,832 words that were just meaningless jumbled letters. Turns out that pigeons have excellent memories, with The Guardian saying memory tests put pigeons high in the pecking order. The article talked about another study when one pigeon memorized 68% of 1,978 pictures, better than most humans could do. Another study concluded the pigeon is one of the smartest, most physically adept creatures in the animal kingdom. So be nice to pigeons, because it seems they don't easily forget a face. Maybe if you get pooped on, you were a target. Next up is man's best friend. Number 8. Dogs. Are dogs intelligent? Sometimes it doesn't feel that way, but on other occasions our mutts surprise us with their intelligence, especially when food is around. As you all know, not all dogs and dog breeds are blessed with the same brains, as can be seen when a border collie straight up follows all kinds of orders and your beagle can't seem to get through one day without getting its head stuck in a boot. But any kind of canine is pretty clever when it comes to animal intelligence. After all, they can sense the sound of your voice when they're in trouble or about to get a treat. They might salivate at the lips when they hear the dinner bell strike, and when you're sad, they seem to know you need a bit of attention. Border collies are said to have the best brains when it comes to following orders, working things out, and generally getting things done. That's why they're employed as sheepdogs so often. It's because dogs have attention. Border collies are said to have the best brains when it comes to following orders, working things out, and generally getting things done. That's why they're employed as sheepdogs so often. It's because dogs have evolved for so many years alongside humans that they have an extra special ability to read us and read what's going on around us. Unlike most other animals, dogs can often sense when humans are in a bad mood, but they might also know if you have come across someone in the street and you don't like that person, or the person is a threat. They can read situations and levels of tension just because they're so familiar with humans. Try looking for sympathy from a pigeon, it won't work, in spite of their great intelligence. Dogs also have one of the best noses in the animal kingdom, which is handy when some other senses aren't that great. Dogs can be trained to find all sorts of things, including that China white heroin that pigeons brought into the prison. They can also smell criminals who've been at the crime scene. Dogs don't have the best sense of smell among animals, but they are definitely in the top 10, especially when we're talking about the bloodhound. These things, with their 230 million scent receptors, can track a scent that has passed through a place as long as 13 days ago, and they can follow a trail for something in the region of 150 miles. Talking about distance, you might have heard that you can take a dog many miles from its home and it can somehow get back. It's true because, like birds, they have a homing device, which is likely related to Earth's magnetic field. Maybe the most famous story about this involved Bobby the Wonder Dog, who was lost in 1924 while the owners were on vacation in the US. 6 months later, it was pawing at their house door after walking in the region of 2,800 miles. Dogs also demonstrate the ability to be cunning. As some scientists point out, they use deception to get what they want. Our pets can be sneaky and manipulative when they want to maximize the number of tasty treats they get to eat, said one writer. They do this kind of things to other dogs too, such as one dog will pretend that something's going on outside the house, and that leads the other dogs to go and have a look. Meanwhile, that sneaky pooch takes the best place on the sofa. It seems they also know when we are being deceitful. A study at the University of Vienna used 260 dogs of various breeds for some intelligence experiments. In them, someone who the dog didn't know, a kind of handler, would take the dog to look at 2 buckets. In one of the buckets was a treat, and in the other was nothing. The handler told the dog to go investigate the bucket with the food in it, just by pointing and using language cues. When the dog pawed some paper above the bucket, it found a treat. Now a bond of trust had been formed. In the next part of the experiment, the handler went out of the room and someone took the food out of bucket A and put it into B. The dog watched this. When the handler came back in and told the dog to go to bucket A, it didn't. It went for B. The dog knew the handler was wrong. This might sound reasonable to you, but apes and children under the age of 5 are apt to follow whatever an adult tells them to do in such situations. And that's the thing with dogs, you actually don't have to be unreliable too many times for them to lose trust in you. If you do prove to be unreliable, that can lead to bad behavior in the household. One researcher said dogs have more sophisticated social intelligence than we thought. This social intelligence evolved selectively in their long life history with humans. And if that's not already impressive, you need to know that some dogs can learn a long list of words. Sure, you already know that your dogs respond to words like walkies or din-din or something silly like that, but some dogs know a lot of words. You could say any of 345 words to a border collie named Betsy and she would run off and try to find that very thing. Number 7. Cats. We guess we have to talk about cats since we've done dogs. In the world of pet ownership, there's a kind of snobbery in which cat owners perceive dog owners as inferior, needy even, while they are far more independent, just as their pets are. They scoff at dogs for being stupid, and they always have to extol their cat's many talents, which in any decent world would be called dogism. But they're right in saying their cat is more intelligent than dogs, which, let's face it, is an assumption crudely based on things such as their cat doesn't attack the vacuum cleaner and won't jump through a window to get a hold of a fake sausage. That daft doggy on average has about twice the number of neurons in its brain than the feline counterpart, but that matters. Neurons are like processing units, so when you have more of them, you have more brain power. Dogs have around 500 million neurons, and cats around half that. As you already know though, it's not just about the size or the number of neurons, it's more complicated than that, as one scientist said. Small animals with absolutely small brains can be surprisingly smart, and large animals with absolutely large brains relatively unintelligent. For instance, an elephant is packing more neurons than a human, but we don't see any elephants sitting around on the savannah discussing their latest developments for self-replicating smart nanorobot weapons and talking about the cosmic futility they feel every morning when they wake up and go on LeTube. It's how the brain is structured that matters, what it's made of, and that's complicated. Size can matter, but we can't just go on size alone. But back to cats. Some studies have shown that while they can be clever little animals, they can't keep up with canines when it comes to counting things and identifying quantities. Still, on the upside for cats, they have the ability to know something exists even when it's not there. Even when humans are really young, they don't have that ability, sometimes referred to as object permanence. Dogs have it too, by the way, but let's just focus on cats right now. On the downside for cats, an experiment in 2009 showed they had trouble with something rats or pigeons would probably find quite easy. That was, they had to pull on a string and a treat came out when they did it. But then they were faced with lots of strings, some which led to a treat and others that didn't. The poor felines were all over the place, they just grabbed at everything. Stupid cats. As for why cats don't always follow orders, that's not necessarily related to being clever or being dumb, they just haven't been as domesticated as long as dogs, which is probably why they like to go their own way. This could be a good thing when it comes to solving problems though. In studies with cats and dogs, both animals were asked to solve problems. Turned out that the dogs gave up faster and looked for help from humans, whereas cats were more prone to persevere and complete the problem by themselves. Overall though, we think dogs are just a bit more intelligent. Now let's talk about that big-brained beast we mentioned earlier. Number 6. Elephants. You already know that elephants have a pretty massive organ in their heads. It's smaller than the brain of a sperm whale and a little bit bigger than the animal we'll soon talk about, the dolphin. But the thing we want to discuss here is what kind of value do elephants get for their 5 kilograms of brain? They might not be able to develop weapons of mass destruction, but they have some traits that they show that are pretty bright. For one, they bury their dead in a ritualistic kind of way, and they even mourn by their grave. Not many animals do that. In fact, elephants might be the only ones besides primates and us humans. So, what does that tell you about elephants? It tells you they suffer from grief and have a certain amount of empathy. Elephants are said to have complex frontal lobes, and with that, they have emotional depth. They rejoice when meeting with an old friend, and they don't forget each other. When they come across a carcass of a past friend, they know who it was and it saddens them. As one researcher said, they stop and become quiet and tense in a different way from anything I've seen in other situations. Elephants aren't alone in being so emotional, but perhaps they stand out a bit among animals. They also have some wicked senses. According to a study undertaken by researchers at the University of Sussex in Brighton, they showed that elephants can hear a voice and detect the age and sex of the person, but in some cases also the ethnicity. That sounds weird, but it doesn't mean any ethnicity. The study involved researchers playing a recorded message to the elephants. The message was the same, but it was spoken by members of 2 different tribes, the Maasai and the Kamba of Kenya. Importantly, the Maasai has a long history of hunting elephants. So when an adult male from the Maasai tribe was heard talking, the elephants got scared and huddled together as if they were in danger. But when they heard the Kamba guy say the same thing, they just chilled. When children or women from the Maasai tribe read the message, the elephants also didn't give a damn because women and kids have never been a threat to them. Elephants have used tools too, such as sticks, with which to scratch themselves and blocks to stand on to get to high-hanging fruit. Some other elephants have been seen plugging up a water hole with something they made, so the water couldn't evaporate. As you know, it's the use of the tools that makes us human as unpopular as we are today in the animal kingdom. Tool use is a good indicator of animal intelligence. Elephants can learn new stuff too, such as painting pretty pictures. Some people online have said this isn't true and there's some cheating going on. But when the BBC went to investigate, the elephant was really painting. In fact, they've been doing abstract paintings for years, and it is very much real, as you would know if you lived in parts of Thailand. It's not that the elephants are necessarily being creative, but that they've learned a bunch of strokes. They might even love painting. Every time an elephant named Ruby heard the word paint at the Phoenix Zoo, she would get really excited. Elephants have also been known to play musical instruments, and when they do, they show that they can almost make a melodic tune rather than lots of disjointed noise. One elephant band even finished its songs with crescendos. They are truly amazing animals, engaging in all kinds of play, showing self-awareness, having an outstanding memory, and at times being able to mimic the noise of other animals, including humans. One elephant in South Korea used a technique with its trunk to make the Korean words sit, no, yes, and lie down. As for problem solving, elephants are animal brainiacs. They can take their time solving a problem, and when one method doesn't work, they switch to another. They've been shown to work together when two elephants are required to pull a rope, and in another experiment, which involved lots of buckets and lots of apples being thrown into them, the elephants stood by and watched, and at the end of 74% of the time, they chose the fullest bucket. Let's now move on to an animal people love to eat, but don't like thinking about how it gets on their plate. Number 5. Pigs. Poor pigs. Man, they have a hard life. If you've ever seen what kind of conditions they live in before going to the slaughterhouse, and what happens at the slaughterhouse, well, something you can't unknow once you've seen it. We recommend you Google it for yourself and get informed. It's truly horrendous, cruel, and terrifying, and it's the lives of the most pigs in super developed nations or in less developed nations. Free range is better than factory farm, but it's still a horrible life for the swine. When you see videos of pigs in factory farms or slaughterhouses, you can almost feel their pain, hear their pain in their screeching. Part of the reason why this is so hard is that pigs are very bright animals. It's as if they're aware of what's going on and what's going to happen to them. As if right before they're slaughtered, they totally know it. You can see it in their desperation when they try to get away. Anyone who's kept pigs know they are a very emotional animal. It's obvious they feel stress, joy, fear, confusion, and more. They have personalities too, with some of them being really friendly and some being a bit too stubborn. Well, that's when they're not wasting away in overcrowded farms. If left to live a natural life, they form social bonds with other pigs, and like some other animals we'll talk about later, they form hierarchies. That's to ensure there is some harmony in the group. Pigs must hate those farms so much given that they have to live in their own poop, because when left to their own devices, they are really tidy and they choose a spot where everyone goes to the toilet. They even decorate their living quarters, sometimes making them pretty with flowers. The saying dirty as a pig couldn't be more wrong. The only reason they like mud is to keep themselves cool and not get sunburned or keep bugs away, and they always make sure to use things such as bark to wipe the mud off later. Pigs communicate using a long list of grunts, and that's why when things are bad, all the pigs suffer a kind of emotional contagion. But they can use this communication for the good, showing in studies that they can work together to solve problems. When that's done, they sometimes bed down together nose to nose, looking just like human lovers wrapped up in bed sheets. According to one study, pigs were better at completing cognition tasks than a 3-year-old child, and way better than any traditional domestic pet. In another study, 4 pigs named Hamlet, Omelette, Ebony, and Ivory played a video game with their snouts, and they did pretty well. One researcher told the BBC they're not playing Minecraft, but they can manipulate a situation to get a reward. It's no surprise at all. When you look at a pig right in the eye, you can tell there's intelligence there. So pigs are skilled, they're compassionate, they're sensitive, and they're just cool. Let's hope one day their existences aren't animal hell on earth. Now for an animal you probably didn't expect to see on this list. Number 4. Crows. In 2019, the BBC asked a question. Crows could be the smartest animal other than primates? The article started with a story about some Oxford University students and a crow named Betty. Betty had a problem. In her cage, down a little tube, was a bit of delicious pig heart. Sorry, pigs. But how could she get at it with just a beak and some claws? Betty thought for a while and suddenly noticed that inside her cage was a bit of wire, so she grabbed hold of the wire and pushed it against an object, so it was hooked at the end. She then went fishing for the heart and got it. Job well done. Crows might have tiny brains, but they are compact, having on average 1.5 billion neurons. It's those neurons that have made the crows the best at certain tests. They became the first animal outside of humans to complete a task to secure some food floating in water at the bottom of a tube. To get it out, they started picking up stones to displace the water and bring the food to the top. Most kids can't do this until they're about 7 years old. Crows use tools in the wild all the time. They mourn their dead, and they also are self-aware, being able, according to a 2020 study, to contemplate what's in their heads. In short, scientists measured their brain stimulus when they're asked to complete a task. It was shown that the birds didn't just complete the task, but they were aware that they had done it. This relates to what we call consciousness. Crows don't forget people either. In another experiment, humans wearing masks tagged some crows and let them fly off. Later, people wearing the same masks walked around and the crows dive-bombed them, presumably because they didn't much like being tagged. Each crow chose the correct mask to dive bomb rather than just any of the humans. Crows might even be able to differentiate between human languages. One study involved crows that were used to Japanese people talking. The researchers played the crows' Japanese voices on a recording. They didn't seem interested at all, perhaps because they'd heard something similar before. But when the recording featured Dutch voices, the crows became animated and seemed enraptured by the voices. Crows are also sly. Many animals plan for the future, as you can see when intelligent animals such as foxes, rats, and squirrels hide their food. But crows take things a step further. Sometimes they're about to hide something and then they notice another crow is watching, and still they carry on pretending to hide the food. They've actually hidden it in their feathers with the plan to hide it when the other crow is busy looking for food that's not there. If that isn't cool, crows also use humans to help them eat. Let's just say they have a nut, but they can't crack it. No problem, they just drop it in the street, where they know a car will run over it. They've even been known to wait for the crosswalk sign to go green before they safely stroll across the street to eat the cracked nut. Alright, now on to another of your favorite animals. Number 3. Rats. We should know damn well rats are clever, because we certainly use enough of them for our experiments, from trapping them in mazes to getting them hooked on drugs. Rats are said to be some of the brightest animals on the planet, but again, they have a very small brain. A researcher was asked this, and she responded, "Even though the rat brain is smaller and less complex than the human brain, research has shown that the two are remarkably similar in structure and function. Both consist of a vast amount of highly connected neurons that are constantly talking to each other." There's the saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but it seems with rats you can always teach them new tricks. They're one of the best animals at performing tasks humans have asked them to do, but there usually has to be something in it for them. If you give them a stroke after that, they emit a noise that we humans can't hear. But we now know that it's rat laughter. If that doesn't enamor you, studies have also shown rats sacrifice for the greater good. In those studies, some rats chose to free other rats from cages rather than go for a food reward and leave the other rats behind bars. They're definitely smart animals, but in one study in Belgium, they performed even better than humans. The rats and humans were taught to look at certain good and bad patterns, and they were given new patterns to look at and were asked to say if they were good or bad. They weren't asked as in talking, of course, but directed to choose in another way. The study leader, BlazenBurneR, said the rats outperformed the humans at one stage in the study when things got more complex. The rats just had a better way of working things out. As one scientist said, although rats may not approach cognitive tasks using strategies observed in human subjects, they are frequently successful on their own terms. He said rats find loopholes to complete a task that humans don't tend to think about. Alright, it's time we talked about something that lives in the sea. Number 2. Dolphins. Sure, we could have gone for the big-brained whale, and we might have chosen the incredibly smart octopus, but in the end we went for dolphins. Female dolphins only give birth a few times in their lives, but when they do, they spend a lot of time teaching their young. These youngsters grow up in a complex environment with many rules. To deal with that, they need a complex brain, and dolphins have one, including a large neocortex, the part of the brain associated with intelligence. Dolphins, like elephants, engage in complex play, such as making bubbles in the water and biting them for fun. They might even help other species when they're in trouble, which they've done with humans a few times when humans are looking like they're in trouble. Not many animals do that, which shows empathy as well as intelligence. Dolphins are also one of the few animals to pass something called the mirror test, which could mean they are self-aware. Basically, the test entails putting a mark on an animal when it's unconscious or at least not aware of what's going on. It then gets a mirror shoved in front of it, and if it notices the mark, often a red blotch, it has seen the change and so is self-aware. As for problem solving, in one experiment, a dolphin named Kelly was given some fish treats every time she brought a piece of waste paper to a human. She wanted more fish, so of course she soon learned to get one piece, hide it under a rock, rip it up, and take the human's much smaller pieces each time. That meant more fish. Dolphins are also really good at passing on such knowledge using various sounds. They're excellent teachers, as is seen when adults teach the young that if they go foraging with a bit of sponge on their snouts, they'll get hurt less when hitting various sharp objects. And if dolphins look like emotional creatures, it's because they are. For their size, they have really big brains, and a part of that brain is something called the paralimbic system. Scientists say this is why dolphins can live in large groups and have complex relationships with all the members. The ability to work together in groups is what makes humans so powerful, but for most animals it's just not possible. Animals have to form hierarchies and social systems to be successful, otherwise you can have total chaos. It's this collaboration that humans have that's the reason you're watching this video right now. It took a lot of work to get from the days when we were grunting at each other in caves to now, which brings us to the number 1 spot on this list. Number 1. Primates. Which primates do we choose, since there are over 500 species? From ones only as big as your fist to ones that look like King Kong. Some of them live in trees in small groups, and some live mostly down on the ground in groups of around 15 to 150. It's the apes, not the monkeys, that are the most intelligent primates. That's namely orangutans and chimpanzees, which actually have very different habits and lifestyles while also being very similar. Chimps live in groups, and they have a strict social order revolving around the dominance hierarchy we just talked about. Without this order, they wouldn't be successful at survival. But it does sometimes seem brutal. For what looks like no good reason, they beat up and rip apart a member of their own group. It doesn't seem like an intelligent thing to do, given that the chimp you've just killed could have your back one day. It also doesn't look great to some of the other chimps who might fear and distrust the instigator of the beatdown. Remember that a good alpha male isn't just tough, it's also fair and needs respect just as much as fear from the group. It's not always clear why chimps kill their own, but at the end of the day it has to be something to do with a problem in the hierarchy. Some chimps still need kicking out, and that usually means a lot of blood being spilled. Still, they also show great kindness and they mourn for their dead. With primates, much time is spent grooming each other, which shows you are a solid member of the group. So the love they show is as important as any violence. If there was a chimp social media platform, everyone would write, "relationship complicated," but that just shows how clever they are. They forage in groups and they fight in groups, sometimes showing battle strategies other animals would not be able to come up with. If chimps have been on a hunt and tore apart some poor monkey, they're usually sharing the food with the others who haven't been part of the hunt. How they share also shows their cunning and kindness. It's all part of a larger scheme in the game of life. They are complex when it comes to leadership too. Some chimps rule with an iron fist and others are fairer and do a lot more grooming. In some cases, the ones who've been harsh get overthrown, so it pays to show some tough love and not just rule with the threat of violence. They use grunts and screams and other noises to communicate, and they use all kinds of body language to put across how they feel. They fish for termites and ants using sticks and stalks, and after looking at how the older chimps do it, they can learn how to use a rock as an anvil and smash a nut on another rock or tree branch. It's pretty ingenious for an animal, but all sorts of tools are used by chimps. They use weapons too. At Furuvik Zoo in Sweden, one chimp didn't much like the crowds upsetting his peace, so he started throwing rocks at people. The zookeepers had no idea where the chimp had gotten so many rocks, so they filmed him during the night. Turned out he collected rocks and made secret ammunition piles, which he'd use when he knew visitors were coming back. It's not that unusual for chimps to throw things at people, it's just part of them wanting to look dominant. But what's amazing here is how this chimp planned his attacks the night before or days before. They've also been known to construct makeshift ladders to get out of their enclosures, building them first and taking them down at night. We could add more, but you get the picture. These animals are the closest we have to ourselves, the good, the bad, and the ugly. As for orangutans, they aren't quite as unpredictable as chimps, so there's little chance one would pull off your face for no obvious reason. Orangutans are fairly timid most of the time, but that's mostly because they don't live in hierarchies like chimps. Orangutans are also quite solitary, and the males don't bring up the young, although they will hang out together from time to time, and if push comes to shove, the alpha would turn up and sort out a problem. It's debatable if orangutans are more intelligent than chimps, although we know who we'd prefer to spend a quiet afternoon with. They spend a lot of time chilling, and when they go out foraging, they don't often eat meat. They might use any number of really complex tools. In some instances, they've been seen to have not just tools, but often have tool kits, with each tool used for specific tasks. In captivity, they've used things such as hammers and saws, although they won't be getting hired to fix your deck anytime soon. They can match chimps in many ways, but they are the first animal in the world to show they can manage gift exchanges using something called calculated reciprocity. That's because you're thinking, well, he gave me a crap gift for Christmas, so he's getting something equally rubbish back. Orangutans have their gift exchanges weighed up. What's more, they might be the first animal to talk about the past. We know this because scientists observed orangutan mothers when danger was passing by. She didn't move or make a noise, but when the danger had passed, she went over to her kids and in orangutan speech said something like, "Watch out, kiddo, that damn clouded leopard's back again." We should say that to conduct this experiment, the researchers dressed up as predators. All kinds of primates use a special kind of hoot when danger is lurking, but what hadn't been seen before is animals waiting several minutes and then sounding the alarm. That shows a good deal of consciousness rather than a natural instinctive reflex. So we can't say which is the smartest ape because they're all good at different things, and what they're good at relates to how they live their life. But we do like this bit of information passed on by a zookeeper. Give a gorilla a screwdriver and he will sniff it, taste it, and then discard it. Give the screwdriver to a chimp and he will sniff it, taste it, and then discard it. Give the screwdriver to an orangutan and he will examine it, hide it, and at night use it to disassemble his cage. Well, a chimp might use it to stab your eyes out, which we guess is also very human. That's it for today. Now you need to watch What If Animals Went to World War with Humans, or have a look at why you wouldn't survive a town full of ants. A group of elite Greek soldiers silently huddle inside the belly of a giant wooden horse. The night is coming to an end. and soon they'll break out of their disguise and unlock the gates of Troy. Greek forces will flood into the city and make the Trojans pay for the miserable war that they started over 10 years ago. The signal is given. The soldiers slip out of a hidden trap door on the underside of the horse's stomach and stealthily move through the city. Before guards can sound the alarm, they are slain by the infiltration force. The main gates to the city are swung open. Troy is about to be consumed by fire and bloodshed. But how much of what we know about the fall of Troy is actually true? Surprisingly, most archaeologists and historians now believe that the story of the Trojan War might have been grounded in historical fact. There was likely no divine intervention or demigod war heroes, but there's a lot of evidence that the city of Troy and the war fought to destroy it probably happened. Let's take a journey 3,000 years into the past. This is the real story of the Trojan War, pieced together with a little bit of help from Homer, Virgil, and archaeologists. Paris kneels before a statue of Aphrodite. He's holding an apple made of gold. It's an offering to the gods in return for a favor. Paris has fallen madly in love with the wife of another man. She is beautiful enough to wage war over, but with the help of the goddess of love, maybe this affair doesn't have to end in bloodshed. The flame from torches along the walls of the temple casts shadows across marble columns. Paris whispers a final prayer, stands up, and places the golden apple on the lap of Aphrodite's statue. He walks out of the temple and heads toward the palace where Helen resides. She's married to the Spartan king Menelaus. The Spartans are fierce warriors, and Paris is unsure if he can defeat Helen's husband in traditional combat. But love makes you do crazy things. The king knows his wife is sought after by all men who lay eyes on her. It's said that before they were married, Helen was courted by every man in Greece, but now she belongs to Menelaus of Sparta, and he has no plans of sharing her with anyone else, especially not a young Trojan prince. Regardless of the consequences, Paris must confess his love to Helen. The gods watch from their constellations in the heavens as he sneaks into the palace where her chamber is located. Guards line the corridors to ensure the palace is secure. If Paris isn't careful, he'll never look upon Helen ever again, for being discovered would mean certain death. Paris finally reaches Helen's bedchambers after what seems like an eternity dodging Spartan soldiers. He opens the door and steps inside. Paris has no idea how Helen will react. She might scream for help or completely reject him, but it doesn't matter because a life without her is not a life worth living. Helen turns to see who has just entered her chambers. She gasps, then a smile causes her lips to curl up. She's been dreaming of this moment. It seems as if Helen feels the same way for Paris as he does for her. Whether it's divine intervention from the gods or fate, the two young lovers run away together. They make their way to the Trojan ships docked in the Spartan port. Under Paris's order, the ships cast off and head back toward Troy. The next day, Menelaus awakens to find Helen and the Trojans gone. It doesn't take him long to figure out what happened. In a rage, Menelaus tosses furniture across the bedchamber. He storms out of the room and gathers the kings of Greece. They have an agreement that can't be broken. If Sparta goes to war with Troy, the rest of Greece has to follow. The decision has been made. Troy will fall. Before they can depart, the gods must be consulted. Agamemnon, the brother of Menelaus, will lead the Greek forces. He's a strong leader and has the respect of the other Greek kings. The ships are loaded with soldiers and siege equipment to be carried across the Aegean Sea to Troy. But there is a problem. The wind refuses to blow. Agamemnon seeks the wisdom of the oracle. There must be some explanation for why the gods have forsaken him and his navy. The remedy is worse than the problem, however. In order for the winds to blow once again and carry his fleet across the Aegean, a sacrifice must be made. The gods can be cruel, and they don't want just any sacrifice. They want the life of Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Seeing no other way to appease the gods and get the winds blowing again, Agamemnon agrees to the sacrifice. However, there's no way that his wife will allow him to kill their daughter, even if it is the only way to conquer Troy. So Agamemnon does the only thing he can do. He lies. The king tells his wife that Iphigenia is to marry Achilles at Aulis. This would be a match made in heaven, as Achilles is already known to be one of the greatest Greek warriors that's ever lived. Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, brings Iphigenia to Aulis. They're dressed in their finest robes, as this will be a magnificent celebration. When they reach the hilltop where Agamemnon waits, there is no Achilles. The king stands at an altar, knife in his hand. His men subdue Clytemnestra as she screams for her husband not to hurt their daughter. Iphigenia is brought to her father and forced to lay down on the altar. In the name of the gods, Agamemnon sacrifices his own flesh and blood. The wind begins to blow as Iphigenia's blood spills onto the ground. Clytemnestra's heart breaks. She'll never forgive her husband. The Greek fleet leaves from Aulis, headed for the coast of Asia Minor, where the city of Troy awaits them. They land on the shoreline just outside of the city to find it deserted. The Trojans hide behind the impenetrable walls that surround their cities. They're safe from the Greeks for the time being. Paris and Helen embrace each other as the King Priam watches the approaching army with dismay. His son is in love with the Spartan woman, and there's nothing he can do about it. He won't surrender his own son to the Greeks, as it would be a death sentence. Priam tries to negotiate, but no agreement can be reached. The only thing left to do is go to war. There will be death and immense loss on both sides. The Greeks lay siege to the city. Bloody battles are fought beyond the walls of Troy as both sides try to crush the other. Achilles is the most respected and lethal Greek soldier of them all. He leads Greek forces as they slaughter Trojan soldiers, but once the Trojans retreat behind the walls of their city, there's nothing he or any of the other Greek soldiers can do. For 10 years, the war rages on. Both sides are evenly matched, and without any way to get past the walls of Troy, it seems the Greeks are at an impasse. Then Agamemnon does something incredibly foolish and upsets the gods once again. Agamemnon discovers and imprisons a priestess from the temple of Apollo that lays just outside the city of Troy. As a result, a great plague ravages the Greek forces. Agamemnon refuses to give up the priestess and return her to her Trojan father, but as the plague gets worse, he's forced to give the girl back to appease the gods. But he is a selfish man and wants someone else to take the place of his lost priestess. Agamemnon takes one of Achilles' lovers and makes her his own. Achilles is furious. He refuses to fight for Agamemnon any longer. Without their greatest warrior, the Greeks may very well lose the Trojan War. Morale is low and the city of Troy seems unbreachable, and the Greeks now lack a hero. One of Achilles' closest friends, Patroclus, begs him to fight. Patroclus knows that without Achilles' leadership and skills in battle, all will be lost, but Achilles still refuses. Agamemnon has gone too far, and now all Achilles wants is to return home and forget that the Trojan War ever happened. The tide of the war begins to shift. More and more Greeks fall to Trojan arrows and swords. It seems all is lost. Patroclus decides to take matters into his own hands. If Achilles won't fight, he will fight for him. Patroclus puts on Achilles' armor and rallies the troops called the Myrmidons to battle. They're all elite fighters and cause massive casualties wherever they engage the enemy. Dressed as Achilles, Patroclus leads the Myrmidons toward one of the flanks of the Trojan army. They engage the enemy forces just beyond their walls. The Trojans have experienced victory after victory without Achilles on the battlefield, so they're confident they'll defeat the Greeks soon. But now it appears that Achilles has returned to the battlefield. The Trojans shift their offensive, sending more men to combat the Myrmidon force. Patroclus fights well, but he is not as skilled as Achilles. Hector, King Priam's favorite son and the Trojans' greatest warrior, spots the Myrmidon force. He's fought them in battle before, and even though he's managed to slay countless Greeks, Achilles always manages to evade his sword. But this time, something is different. Hector notices small mistakes that Achilles is making as he fights his way through the ranks of the Trojans. Perhaps the Greek hero has been wounded or he's become too cocky. Hector will make him pay for the lives he's taken. Hector does not know that the man dressed in Achilles' armor is Patroclus. He battles his way towards Patroclus, cutting down anyone in his way. Hector lashes out with his sword. Patroclus rolls, dodging the fatal blow. He turns his attention toward the Trojan hero. One of them will die today. The two warriors engage one another like angry bulls. The sound of metal on metal rings out across the battlefield as soldiers on both sides stop fighting and watch the two heroes clash with one another. Patroclus manages to knock Hector off balance and onto his back. He goes in for the killing blow, but Hector is a better fighter. Hector dodges Patroclus' attack and stabs his sword through his opponent's side. There's silence across the battlefield. Everyone thinks the great Achilles has been slain. Patroclus falls to the ground as blood pours out of his wound. Hector removes his helmet to look the man he's just bested in the eyes as he dies. He sucks in his breath as he realizes it is not the Greek hero he's just killed, but his best friend. Hector's stomach drops. He's slain one of the people that Achilles cares about the most. Achilles will be filled with rage, and he will come for revenge. This fatal mistake might have cost the Trojans the war. When word reaches Achilles of what happened to Patroclus, he is inconsolable. He wants Hector's head for what he's done. Achilles informs Agamemnon that he will fight once again, and this time Troy will fall. Achilles approaches the gates of Troy. He yells at the men standing on top of the wall to bring him Hector. He must pay for what he's done. Out of honor, Hector agrees to meet Achilles on the battlefield for single combat. The two war heroes circle each other on the blood-soaked earth in front of the gates of Troy. There's been a momentary truce between the two sides as their two greatest warriors prepare for combat. Achilles roars with rage as he runs toward Hector. Their swords slam into each other, creating sparks and a sound like thunder. Achilles slices at the weak spots in Hector's armor, drawing blood. Hector knows he'll be defeated. Achilles seems to fight with the ability of a god, and gods don't lose. He tries to fend off Achilles' blows, but the Greek hero is too strong and too fast. Achilles plunges his sword into Hector's body, ending the battle. Still in a blind fury and filled with grief from the loss of Patroclus, Achilles drags Hector's dying body toward his chariot and ties it to the back. A river of blood flows across the sand. Achilles urges the horses forward. The chariot rides away, dragging Hector's body behind it. This goes on for days before King Priam begs Achilles to stop desecrating his son's body. Achilles' anger has begun to subside. He looks behind his chariot at the mangled body of his enemy, and then at the old man that is his father. Achilles agrees to return Hector's body for a proper burial. The fighting between the Greeks and Trojans continues on. Achilles fights alongside his men, unable to do anything else to mend his broken heart. As he engages in battle after battle, something unbelievable happens. When Achilles was born, he was dipped into the river Styx by his mother. This is why he seems to be immortal. Being able to fight without the fear of dying made him one of the greatest warriors the world has ever known. However, when his mother did this, she held her son by the heel. This became the only part of his body that never touched the river Styx, and therefore was his only true vulnerability. Even though Paris only wants to spend time with Helen, his father makes him take a more active role in the war after his brother Hector is slain by Achilles. While in battle, Paris spots Achilles tearing through Trojan forces. Paris draws his bow and pulls back on the string. He does not have much experience in battle or shooting a bow, but he wants to avenge his brother. Paris takes aim at Achilles' midsection and lets an arrow fly. His aim is off, and instead of hitting the Greek hero in the chest, the arrow slices through his heel. Wounded, Achilles falls down. Before any of his men can reach him, the Trojan soldiers fall upon Achilles. He's stabbed over and over until he finally succumbs to his wounds. The epic life of Achilles has been brought to an end by a misguided arrow to the heel. The Greeks managed to recover Achilles' body and give him a warrior send-off to the gods. It's tradition in Greece for the armor of a fallen hero to be given to another warrior with comparable stature and skill. Unfortunately, no one can live up to Achilles' greatness as he was practically a demigod, so the honor falls to a man named Odysseus. Odysseus has proven he's a good fighter and a cunning warrior, but even with Achilles' armor, he's nowhere near as skilled as the former Greek hero. Luckily, he doesn't have to be. A soldier named Philoctetes has recently discovered a way to create deadly poison arrows that can be used in long-range attacks. These lethal arrows are called Hercules arrows. As the name suggests, they're powerful. The Greeks launch a barrage of arrows at the men standing atop the walls of Troy. One nicks Paris. A drop of blood trickles from the wound. The tip of the arrow barely causes a scratch, but it doesn't matter. The poison has already begun to work as it enters the young prince's body. Days later, he dies in the arms of his lover Helen. It is after this death of Achilles in Paris that Odysseus comes up with a plan so ingenious that it'll become a legend. The Trojan War has continued for over a decade. Nothing seems to be able to breach the city walls of Troy, so instead of trying to force their way in, Odysseus recommends the Greeks try a different tactic. They will trick the Trojans into letting them in. The Greeks take apart several of their ships and reuse the wood to make a giant wooden horse. The inside is hollow, and the Greeks pack their best warriors into the belly of the beast before sealing up the giant horse and leaving it just outside the gates of Troy. The following morning, the Trojans awake to find the wooden horse sitting outside their city. They believe it's a sign that the Greeks have given up and returned home, leaving the beautifully assembled horse as a peace offering. The Greeks sold the ruse by pretending to sail their ships away from the coast of Troy, when in reality they just repositioned them in a cove nearby. The Greek soldiers now lay in hiding, waiting for the men inside the horse to open the gates. The Trojans are fooled and joyfully open the gates to the city to bring in the horse. They celebrate that night with copious amounts of wine and food. The war has finally ended, and the Trojans believe they're victorious. Due to the late-night partying and heavy drinking, most of the Trojan soldiers fall into a deep sleep. Time has come for the Greeks to make their move. The soldiers burst out of the belly of the wooden horse. They run to the gates of Troy and open them so their allies hidden just outside the walls can come rushing in. The soldiers ignite torches and set the city ablaze. As the Trojans awake from their drunken slumber, they're slaughtered by the thousands. The Greeks ransack the entire city of Troy and leave it in smoldering ruins. Before the Greeks leave the city of Troy, they grab Helen. She's carried kicking and screaming back to her former husband Menelaus. The Greeks return home after years of war. Many reach a tragic end on their way home to Greece. This is the story of the Trojan War that we've obtained from ancient writings. But what other sources are there to prove that Troy existed and the Trojan War actually happened, besides the word of the ancient Greek philosophers? Surprisingly, historians and archaeologists have several lines of evidence to pull from besides Homer's Iliad and Virgil's Aeneid. We now know that there wasn't just one city of Troy, but several different cities of Troy built on top of one another. In 1870, archaeologists discovered a site in an area of Turkey called Hisarlik. The ruins bore a striking resemblance to the Troy of ancient Greek writings. Unfortunately, the man who first excavated the site, Heinrich Schliemann, was not a true archaeologist as much as he was a treasure hunter. Schliemann used dynamite to blow huge holes in the archaeological site looking for jewels and anything of value, and what he found was astonishing. Real archaeologists who actually care about preserving history found that there were 9 cities built on top of one another at the Hisarlik site. Schliemann had blown a hole as deep as the second city of Troy, where he found jewels that he assumed belonged to Helen. But after archaeologists dated the jewels, they were found to be about 1,000 years older than when the Trojan War was supposed to have taken place. Over time, archaeologists concluded that the 6th or 7th layers of the city were likely the Troy from the Iliad, and where the epic story of the Trojan War was first written about. When examining the different city layers, number 6 is massive enough to be Troy written about by Homer. However, the city doesn't seem to be destroyed by war, but by an earthquake. At first, this made people dismiss the idea that Layer 6 was the Troy they were looking for, but recent theories have put it back in the running. The giant horse written about in the Iliad might have been a metaphor for Poseidon. This is because he's not just the god of the sea, but the god of horses as well. But it gets even crazier. Poseidon is also the god of earthquakes. Therefore, Homer might have used the Trojan horse as a metaphor to explain how Poseidon caused an earthquake that breached the walls of Troy and caused them to fall. This would have allowed the Greek forces to enter the city and win the war. The 7th oldest layer at the site of Troy was almost certainly destroyed by war, as archaeologists have found arrowheads and other weapons in the streets of the city. However, the city itself does not seem to be as big or as grand as the one described in Homer's epic, which has turned some historians and archaeologists off the idea that it's the Troy from the Iliad. Then again, since Homer wasn't there, perhaps he took the war of the 7th Troy and combined it with the grandeur of the 6th Troy. So, there's very little doubt that Troy existed or that the Trojan War took place. But what about the story of the Trojan horse? How true is this piece of the story? The Trojan horse was mentioned in an ancient Greek play called The Trojan Women by Euripides. This was thought to be written after the Iliad, but before the Aeneid. In it, the horse is metaphorical and represents victory. The play literally used a wooden horse, but it was only symbolic and not meant to represent the wooden horse that the Greeks used against the Trojans. This is similar to the earthquake theory from the 7th layer of Troy that archaeologists have uncovered. Another theory is that the Trojan horse was just another name given to the siege engines that Greece used to bring down the walls of Troy. It's known that the siege engines of the time were often covered in damp horse hides. This was done to stop them from being set on fire by enemy forces. Perhaps the Trojan horse evolved from the fact that the horse skins were used in the Battle of Troy. And it wasn't an actual sculpture of a horse that allowed the Greeks to infiltrate the city, but their war machines. However, a dig at Troy in August of 2021 found dozens of wooden planks that seemed to be out of place. This wood was dated to be around a few thousand years old, which put it at the right time period for the Trojan War. This is definitely not proof that the Trojan horse was a clever disguise to get Greek soldiers into the walls of Troy, but some believe it might lend credibility to the story. However, it's much more likely that these are just remains of a battering ram or some other wartime structure instead of a huge model horse. But what about another unbelievable aspect of the Trojan War? Was Helen of Sparta, the woman who ran off with Paris and became Helen of Troy, really the reason the Greeks and the Trojans went to war for over a decade? Could Helen's face really have launched 1,000 ships? It seems unlikely, but it actually isn't out of the realm of possibility. Most scholars believe the Trojan War happened, and most agree that it wasn't because of Helen of Troy. However, there have been wars fought over sillier things. For example, in the 14th century BCE, the Hittites and the Egyptians went to war over a misunderstanding. The Hittite king sent his son to Egypt to marry a queen there. However, en route, the son was murdered. The king blamed the Egyptians for betraying him and killing his son. War broke out between the two empires. In reality, his son had died at the hands of thieves and not the Egyptians. So it isn't completely unfathomable that a king having his wife stolen by outsiders could lead to a war between two civilizations. However, there is no real evidence that Helen of Troy ever existed or that she was the reason the Greeks and Trojans went to war. Most historians and archaeologists agree that the Trojan horse was most likely a metaphor for something else that brought down the walls of Troy. They also agree that it's highly unlikely that Helen running away with Paris was what started the Trojan War. Although starting a story with a beautiful woman being stolen and ending it with men piling inside of a giant hollow statue of a horse makes for a much better tale than the Greeks wanted more land, so they launched a campaign to conquer the Trojans. Then an earthquake knocked down the walls of the city of Troy and the Greeks slaughtered them all. So perhaps Homer and Virgil just took some artistic liberties to make sure the tale of the Trojan War was more interesting for the masses. And since we can't time travel to the past quite yet, we'll just have to take their word that a really beautiful woman started the Trojan War and a really large wooden horse ended it. Now watch the real story of the 300, Battle of Thermopylae, or check out why Alexander the Great is the single most important man in history. The man in the black robe is seen as a symbol of impartiality, of fairness, and of justice, except when he's not. Here are 10 judges who were so corrupt they shocked the world. Number 10. Pascal English. For anyone who appeared in front of Judge Pascal English during his long judicial career, they knew they were in front of someone who didn't abide by any nonsense. The Atlanta judge, a former Air Force colonel, had a reputation as a stern figure who presided over countless criminal cases, including armed robbery and assault. He was typically strict when dealing with defendants, but not unfairly so. Not many people outside the area knew about the Superior Court judge until he appeared on the 4th season of the reality show Survivor, where he won over America with his honest gameplay and his close friendship with a much younger contestant. When he ultimately was eliminated at the Final Four due to a random draw tiebreaker, when he wouldn't write his alliance mate's name down, everyone watching knew that's an honorable guy, and the Atlanta justice system is lucky to have him. But don't believe everything you see on TV, folks. Judge English went back to his work as a judge after the show and was happily married with 2 grown daughters. He faded from the news until 6 years later when he abruptly resigned from the court after a scandal involving a fellow judge who had been sexually harassing women in his office. While English wasn't directly implicated, reports were that he had failed to take action while Judge Johnny Caldwell harassed a female attorney. That was enough to put a major blot on Judge English's distinguished career, and he left the bench in disgrace. But that was just the beginning. The scandal led journalists to look into his history, and they found a string of affairs with other women that he had successfully hidden. More shockingly, he had even been caught having sex with a woman in a parked car by a police officer and was able to keep it quiet thanks to his connections. But that wasn't the most shocking thing about the bad judge's midnight appointments. The woman who Judge English had sex with in that car, she was a public defender who had tried over 200 cases in his courtroom. Many of those cases involved serious crimes, and no one could be sure if he had treated everyone involved fairly, given his personal relationship with the attorney. Judge English faded from the public eye and was never formally charged with any crimes, although his reputation was in tatters. But this case was far from over. 3 years after he resigned, the Georgia Court of Appeals opened up many of his past cases and ordered new trials because no one knows if his rulings were compromised. But the bad judge landed on his feet. He opened a law firm where he practices to this day. Lust undid Judge English, but it was pride that was this next judge's ultimate sin. Number 9. Paul Hawks. Paul Hawks didn't begin his career as a judge. He was initially a member of the Florida House of Representatives before he was appointed to the bench by Governor Jeb Bush. And maybe that should have been the first warning, because you can take the judge out of the legislature, but you can't take the politician out of the judge. The county Judge Hawks worked in had fallen on hard times, and many judges were having to lay off staff. While most buildings in the area needed routine maintenance, Hawks had bigger ideas. He wanted to build his very own judicial palace worthy of his wisdom, at least in his own mind. The judge had big plans, including a massive glass dome looming over the central courtroom, fancy granite furniture, and amenities for the judges that sound more like a luxury hotel than a courtroom. But hey, it's probably essential for our finest legal minds to have a personal gym and a kitchen in their courthouse. Oh, and don't forget that state-of-the-art flat-screen TV. So how did Judge Hawks get this approved? There were a few tricks. First of all, Hawks worked behind the scenes with legislators to get the funding for the courthouse approved not as a cash addendum to the budget but as a bond. This kept it under the radar of budget watchdogs, and he made sure it was slipped in at the very last second as an addendum to a lengthy budget. But when people started noticing this, things got ugly. Hawks soon developed a reputation as a ruthless boss who would cut someone from his staff the first time they questioned him. Even with the massive windfall of money from the state, Judge Hawks' judicial Taj Mahal kept running over budget. Rather than cut any of his precious amenities, maybe the judges don't need a room just for their robes, he planned to get more money from the legislature and charge full steam ahead. He was also notorious for trying to coerce favors out of local businesses, including trips for himself and his whole family. But the whole thing was about to come crashing down. No matter how many people Judge Hawks fired, his massive courthouse project continued to draw negative attention. When word got out that an investigation by the Judicial Ethics Authority in the state was about to begin, Hawks ordered a sheriff's deputy to destroy many of the documents. He continued to deny any wrongdoing as the evidence mounted, and many people started calling Hawks one of the most corrupt judges in Florida history. And in a state where Florida men regularly ride gators, that's saying something. But even this judge knew when to call it a career. As his ethics hearing approached, he abruptly resigned, and this led to the dismissal of the charges. But we can't really call him a winner. After all, he lost access to that swanky
As coastal communities face ecological collapse and ruin, it's still reassuring to know you can get in your 18 holes. Vegetation salinity zones in this area include fresh marsh, intermediate marsh, brackish marsh, and saline marsh. The resilient bull shark is able to navigate all of them with ease. Every shark, no matter how small or docile, is anatomically a potential source of danger. Muscle contractions produce surges of electrical activity imperceptible to humans, but not to a shark. With our state-of-the-art cameras, we can probe ever deeper into the netherworld of the Gulf. Bayou Brawler, the American alligator. has been a star in Big B's Bayou Buddy stunt show, but our shark is far too young to appreciate Rosie's classic brand of celebrity. The bull retreats to the grotto for refuge and quiet reflection. Fishing boats began as simple dugout canoes before evolving to brogans, bug-eyes, skipjacks, and chape-chuffs. Okay, I made that last one up. Back aboard the Cajun Queen, family tensions are at an all-time high.
Kyle, what's wrong? Can you catch no reel?
I can, but this one's like 20 feet.
15.
Whatever.
Can't do it. I'll come out there. I'll do it. The old man with one hand.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't be mutilating baby sharks.
What you say?
Nothing.
Boy couldn't catch in a diaper. He telling me how to hunt a shark. Believe that?
I mean, I came down here thinking it'd be a good opportunity for some father-son bonding. But now, I don't know. I might start looking for another summer job.
Hey, not everybody made to be a fisherman. I just hope this whole university thing works out for him, yeah?
By identifying key disaster-related issues, commercial developers can be more informed as they continue recklessly building along the coast. Even for sharks, it's important to create personal time for sober self-reflection. As is well known, volleyballs make way better friends than soccer balls, who will stab you in the back the first chance they get. must now be killed and publicly displayed to satisfy the city's thirst for revenge. The shark should really get some water in her gills.
Take God to the carnival, and he wasn't nothing but an itty-bitty boy. The fact that he was afraid of that Ferris wheel, he told me he wasn't never gonna be no shark.
Mutagen 23 is certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race.
Anybody else see that? Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers? Does it smell unusual?
The hunt ends, but this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle between man and nature. A perennial favorite among sport fishing enthusiasts, blue marlin generate tens of thousands in annual tourism revenue for Port Clovis. The peace of the grotto enables the shark to approach the world with greater confidence and effectiveness. America's largest shark finning enterprise, Mama Maybelle Bryant has collected quite a fleet of recreational boats. Her fail sons, Randall and Tyson, can often be spotted piloting them around Sapphire Bay. Statistically speaking, this person was more likely to be killed by a falling coconut. Our shark hunters will not give up on finding their prey, at least until things quiet down or they run out of hard lemonade.
Sapphire Bay.
The beach sure does look inviting, but according to the most recent study, the sand here contains dangerously high concentrations of fecal bacteria.
This is my least favorite part of the job.
I think we've been deprived of our trophy for today.
The powers of society have retaliated with deterrent action, but mankind is ultimately impotent to stop Mother Nature's vengeance.
Hi, it's... false alarm, just a log.
In the 70s, abandoned bales of marijuana frequently appeared along Port Clovis's shoreline. These were colorfully referred to by locals as square grouper. Another shark hunt begins.
Sapphire Bay with a shark situation.
Another shark up to no good. Let's get.
Shark on our left.
About Mama Maybelle, but she always give me a fair price on things.
I am running out of patience.
He's looking right at me.
Hey, shark, get your ass out here. Come on now. Anybody see her?
It's hunting me. I know it. Please, it'd be nice. Could be looking right at me.
Pack it in for now.
The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Joe's. If only someone had done their 6th grade reading assignment, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Once you accept that our modern industrial civilization is just one among many that have risen and fallen, then you can finally surrender peacefully to our inevitable collapse. Prosperity Sands features glittering white beaches fenced off for the sole enjoyment of the ultra-rich, mega-rich, and super-rich. The Gulf Stream brings warm waters northeast across the Atlantic towards English seaside towns filled with cranky pensioners, donkey rides, and heroin addicts. To look at the coast is to recognize that the boundary between sea and land is transitory, and that all life on Earth is just a cosmic accident. Sure, we could avoid catastrophic risks for future generations, but then we couldn't have 4x4 pickups with 5.7-liter V8 engines. Yes, it's quite beautiful here. Unfortunately, bull sharks can't see color. Many consider the Gulf Stream to be the world's greatest current, but for my money, you can't beat that Kuroshio. Due to Caviar Key's increased coastal exposure, storms that had a minor impact 3 decades ago cause significant flooding today. The accelerated destruction of the Gulf has occurred in tandem with a wholly humanized view of progress and development. Coastal overdevelopment creates a riskier, more complex local environment. Humans have seen less than 5% of our oceans, which means there's still plenty of treasure out. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. Coastal risk analysis reveals that someday, someone here is going to get a sizable check from the National Flood Insurance Program. The Gulf Stream is just one of many major currents that mariners have used since time immemorial to circumnavigate the globe. Care just how much your slip rate is. The illegal feeding of wild sharks has caused the highly suggestible fish to associate the sound of boat engines with food.
I see you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh, I didn't get
We interrupt this program for an important...
Oh my god. What a worst show ever.
Mr. Isaac.
The hell are you?
My name's is Mike. Today I your new carer. Because you dad went on vacation a month.
Oh, finally that piece of crap is gone at 1 month. Now I can do whatever I want.
I'd you dare, don't you dare. Isaac. How dare you call... your father piece of crap. Thoughts it. You are grounded
No insurance? No problem. Book today and let us do anything to make you smile.
There's a maniac who seeks to end us all. I'm putting together the greatest team ever.
Are you packed? Yes.
We've got Korg.
He's my best friend!
Yes! There's my ex-girlfriend, Jane.
Caillou, wake up right now.
Ugh, Dad, why would you wake me up? It is summer vacation and I want to sleep in.
Well, Caillou, I have some bad news for you. You failed a few subjects at school, meaning that you have to go to summer school.
What? No way. I am not going to summer school. I want to enjoy my summer vacation and sleep in every day.
Caillou, I will make you a deal. If you behave at summer school, you will be ungrounded.
Oh my goodness. That sounds like an amazing idea. I am so ready to be ungrounded. Yay, 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 yay.
Anyways, summer school starts soon, so get in the car.
Good morning, class. Welcome to summer school. You guys are here because you failed a few of your subjects this year.
Ugh, I really do not want to be here. I would rather be at home playing video games.
Well, Leo, if you didn't want to be here, then maybe you should have tried harder at school. Anyways, let's begin with some math. Caillou, what is 6 times 4?
It is 24, Miss Martin.
Very good, Caillou. Next up. Dora, what is 5 times 8?
Is it 43?
Not quite, but very close. The answer is 40, but good try, Dora.
Ha 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 ha. Dora, you're so stupid. Imagine not being able to get 5 times 8 correct.
Well, Leo, at least I tried to get it right.
Leo, don't say that to Dora.
Just because someone gets one math problem wrong doesn't mean they are stupid.
I agree with Caillou. Stop this right now, Leo. You know what? We are going to see how you like it. Leo, what is 7 squared plus 23?
What? I wasn't expecting this. Is it 159?
Leo, the answer is 72. I hope after this, you won't laugh at people for getting math problems wrong. Okay class, since it is the end of the day, I'm going to give you guys your behavior cards. Let's start off with Leo. Leo, for making fun of Dora and not putting in any effort throughout the day, you get the black card.
What? No way. This must be a mistake. I'm going to be in so much trouble.
Well, you know what, Leo?
159?
Leo, the answer is 72. I hope after this, you won't laugh at people for getting math problems wrong. Okay class, since it is the end of the day, I'm going to give you guys your behavior cards. Let's start off with Leo. Leo, for making fun of Dora and not putting in any effort throughout the day, you get the black card.
What? No way. This must be a mistake. I'm going to be in so much trouble.
Well, you know what, Leo? Next time you better behave at school. Next up is Dora. Dora, for showing a good effort throughout the day, you get the white card.
Yay, I honestly expected worse. Thanks so much, Miss Martin.
No problem, Dora. Now, next up is Caillou. Caillou, for showing outstanding effort throughout the day, and also standing up to Leo, you get the gold card. Also, this means you graduate from summer school. Enjoy the rest of your summer and I will see you in the fall.
Yay, thank you so much, Miss Martin. I did not expect to get the gold card.
Well, you deserve it, Caillou. Have an amazing summer. Okay, you guys can leave now, except for Leo. You have detention with me for 2 hours.
What? I did not agree to this.
Hey Dad, I am back.
Oh, so how was your day at summer school?
It went great. I got the gold card. This means I graduate summer school and get to have a great summer.
Oh wow, Caillou, this is great. I am so proud of you. As a reward, you are ungrounded for life. Go do whatever you want.
Yay 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 yay.
Alright, before you guys all leave for summer vacation, I'd like to give you all the summer homework list. Hey wait, I had math for you, don't leave yet.
Quick, we gotta get out of here.
Phew, we made it out of school. We're free for the summer now.
So what's your plan for the summer?
Elmo is planning to go to Japan.
Ha ha ha, stupid weeb.
No, it's not like that. Elmo hates anime.
Oh, well then I guess it's okay then.
So then what's Caillou's plans for summer?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna spend it chasing tail.
Chasing tail? Does that mean you're into furries now?
What? No, of course not. That's not what that means.
Oh, okay then. So then does it mean you're into dogs now?
What? No way, that's not at all what it means either. Oh never mind, I'm getting out of here. Enjoy your time in Japan, you weeb in denial.
Shut up, Elmo's not a weeb in denial. Oh whatever. Anyway, Elmo's got a flight to catch.
Alright, this should be the right house. Time to get lucky with Emmy. Okay Emmy, get ready for the old Caillou style. Wait what? Mexican Caillou, what are you doing here?
No sé hablar español, si entiendes lo que digo, lo siento.
Okay, what the
Man, Elmo sure is having a lot of fun, especially since Elmo hasn't run into any dirty weebs yet.
Dirty weeb, does that include me?
Shut up, thumbs up guy. Everyone knows the only good anime is Caillou Gets Grounded, and I bet you haven't even subscribed to Pappy Animate 2012.